Oh my god, my calling. Please don't fail this, I just want to play this. Excuse me. I just had pizza, everyone. Come on, please work. I want to play this. This looks so cool. Please. Please. Please don't crash. Please, I beg of you. Please. 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 Yes.
Beware of sharp edges.
Supposed to go. Oh Lord. Ah, Lord. Lord. Come on, shoot at them! Why do we have to get the boring thing? We gotta frickin' go all the way there. Genius idea.
That spanker's chewing us up. They're bumping us up.
Oh, it doesn't have a lock on it. Can I just get an air here? This is aerosol, not sport mod. Well, we have this.
Please obey highway regulations. Accident forgiveness.
have an air vehicle. Yes, 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 yeah, no, 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 this is mine, this is mine, this is mine. Never mind.
Please contact air traffic control.
Okay, I'm gonna walk on. See if I can get the sunny. Damn it! See, it sucks when you don't got a Banshee, because I'd rather fly a Banshee than a freaking Wasp, if I'm being honest. Now, let me guess, I'm gonna spawn. Who designs this? Oh, we gotta spawn the ground. Who the. Put me in the goddamn frigate. Oh my god. Thanks, I'm taking this. I hate this so much. This is the worst air assault ever. Like, who designs this shit? Oh yeah, so we can have air assault, except there's no. You can just let the enemy team have all the damn air vehicles. That's essentially what they've done here. What is this going to do? Probably not. And this, okay. Oh, finally. There we go. Damn it, how do you do your thing again? I genuinely want to know who the fuck. Oh great, we're getting teamed by 3 of them! Wow! Jesus, who designed... This is so horrible. This is so bad. Who designed this shit, man? Because... What was that for? Okay, so now it's doing the glitch where it won't let me play the games anymore. What the hell? Now my game's bugged.
Keep your head down.
Translocator acquired.
It's nice to have something.
Vehicles may proceed. Power items in transit. Escape pathway secure.
God. Just had to freaking move back.
Please contact air traffic control.
Just How do you...
Lost the lead.
Okay. Just trying to figure out the freaking... How do you do Banshee tricks?
One minute remaining.
Pedestrian eliminated.
30 seconds remaining.
Power items have shipped.
10 seconds.
Your power items are ready for pickup.
Defeat.
Okay, so it's control to Banshee trick in this game.
Slayer.
I like the Pelicans and all the... This is so much better than the last one I was playing, because at least there's actually some rhyme and reason.
Translocator is on the way. Fatalities give points. Points give victory. Translocator located.
So we're on a aircraft here.
Overshield inbound. Overshield available. Spencer inbound. Spanker available.
Lost us the lead.
Come on, give me it.
Power weapons incoming. Your power weapons have arrived.
Okay, so
Power items have shipped. Collect your power items. New speed bump created.
not gonna lie, I hate these controls.
Litter initial purchase.
Okay.
Gain the lead.
Roadblock removed.
Oh shit. I hate the frickin' thingy thing.
Power items have arrived. Skewer catalog. Observe the proper blast ranges. Their hull is significantly pierced.
Ballista.
Skewer inbound. Skewer available. Your ammo reserves are depleting.
Killing spree. Double kill.
Come on, come on.
Power item order confirmed.
They're close.
Your power items are Obey altitude restrictions.
I hate the shock rifle. And I hate the frickin' bandit. Great.
Skewer available.
These dumbasses who can't even figure out how to get to the frickin' thing.
Take cover!
So...
Power island inactive. Power items have arrived. The main problem is they nerfed the Banshee. Puncture proficiency increased.
Is there a way to change the controls?
5 minutes remaining.
It'd help a lot if I...
We've lost a teammate.
There. There we go.
Halfway to victory.
Power items have shipped. Your power items are ready for pickup.
No scope. No scope. Killing spree. Double kill.
Get over there. Piece of shit! Why isn't my team doing anything to come up here? Why am I the only one doing anything? Alright, because I have to be the one doing everything. I forgot. Why wouldn't that be the case? Because we have our dumbass teammates over here hiding in the pellet.
Keep your head down!
I swear to God, this is mine. There's one thing I'm good at.
Power items are ready for pickup.
Where do I go up? That's not up. Damn it. I can't move up. I can't move up. What the shit?
Keeping our roads clean. Skewer inbound. Skewer available.
1 minute remaining.
Yes, if I keep freaking going up.
Victory!
Okay. God damn it. That ain't good. Well, I can't do tricks by holding frickin' space anymore. Okay. Well, if there's one thing I'm good at in this game, because the Banshee's different, so I guess it's the Wasp I'll have to try and name.
Slayer.
I think I'm the defending side here.
Translocator in transit. Out to seize the enemy. Translocator requisition.
That's going to be here in about.
Overshield inbound. Overshield available. Spanker available. Did you apply for proper permits?
Gained the lead.
Just want the wasp. Please give me the damn wasp.
Power weapons requisitioned.
No. Fuck off.
Your power weapons have arrived.
There, you get the shitty one.
Power items have shipped. Please collect your power items. Puncture proficiency increased.
Oh my god. Right behind me. Screw you. I want it. You just had the freaking wasp, so I get the banshee. I'm gonna crash it, but
Power items in transit. Power items are ready for pickup.
Jesus, this thing sucks. Oh my god, the banshee in this game sucks.
Remaining.
Please don't mind the fact that the entire enemy team is trying to shoot me down right now.
Power
Thanks.
items ordered. Confirmed.
Oh my god. Go for the other guy, not me. Thanks.
Power items have arrived.
Halfway to victory.
Damn it. No wonder no one's ever getting anything done.
Skewer available.
Holy sh! I hate the bandit so much. Doesn't hit anything ever. God damn it. Give me this. See, it's not even fair because they get their AI teammates actually help. Ours don't. Oh man. Give me the wasp because I'm the only one who knows how to fly it because you guys will just throw it into the damn ground.
Power items
What are you?
in transit.
You don't even exist. You don't even exist.
available.
1 minute remaining.
New speed bump. Created.
Oh my lord. I don't think that's gonna do shit.
Seconds remaining.
Power items have shipped.
10 seconds.
Your power items are ready for pickup.
Victory.
I'm gonna be honest, I like Reach's sandbox better. Because the Banshee isn't a freaking thing that falls apart after one hit from something. Well, I am an observer, so you can suck my dick.
Slayer.
Translocator. In transit. Earn the most kills to win. Then contact the authorities. Translocator available for acquisition.
Let's see if it hits someone. No, it didn't. Oh, damn it.
Overshield inbound.
I got the useless rifle.
Overshield available. Temperature exceeded. Nominal tolerance.
Double kill.
I'm determined to break the enemy's defense.
Spanker available.
Lost a teammate.
pickup.
Alright. Hope you don't mind me. Come, I dare you. I dare you.
Gain the lead.
Skewer inbound. Skewer available.
Oh, hi, Rev. Rev? Can you hear me?
There we go. Yeah, I'm good. You good?
Yeah, I'm just playing Halo Infinite.
Alright. Cute. But yeah, congratulations on the thing coming out. I checked the analytics a moment ago on the website 34 video.
Yeah.
I've got like 1,000 views on it already.
Wait, how many views?
2,000.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Guess
Apparently, I don't know what combination of tags you put into the system, but apparently it worked.
I just put
Or
in.
people just legitimately do fucking money.
I just put in the tags
Our
from
items have arrived.
of just Sonic characters because they're like, oh, you better tag this or we're gonna take it down. So I actually cared this time.
Alright, I just double checked. It's actually not at 2,000 views. It's at 3,616 views.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's like, this thing's doing numbers. Not much, but it's doing numbers.
I mean, if I was on
It
put
just
it,
goes to show. that-
if I put it on Pornhub, it'd
You go
probably
ahead.
get more. But like at the same time, it's it's kind of different. So.
Yeah, well, it just goes to show that Sonic fans are desperate for literally anything Sonic related.
Yeah, so much so that they don't know how to
Skewer
censor
inbound.
for leaks and thumbnails.
Exactly. Well, shit. Yeah. So I'm very happy how this all turned out. I love just like you can see the evolution of like scene from scene.
Spike.
The pain some of it caused, the bitterness it gets later on, and just like especially towards the very end, the sheer amount of like improvement you see at the very end of it.
Oh yeah, I guess that you can see a lot of improvement in it, especially like
Yeah. It's an evolving piece of work.
yeah.
Which is impressive to say the least. Still though, it's well worth it, and again the views you're getting are well deserved because of all the fucking pain, again, like I said, pain and suffering, hours of sleepless nights, and the constant battle of is this going to be worth it?
I guess it was.
Yeah. And if this is anything to go by, Chaos Buns is going to find equal, if not greater, success.
Yeah, if I can actually optimize the scenes, which I will, because I'm gonna like figure out how to get the things to do better.
Yes.
I think I'll pretty much be able to do something good. So I'm excited.
And given the simplistic nature of this whole thing, it shouldn't even take us like 3 years to make. At most, it'll be just a couple of things, and that's it.
Well, yeah.
The question now becomes like, how do we kind of work on it?
I mean, after my break, I was thinking, like, after I got 2 commissions done, which will probably only take 1 minute, I think I would just, like, at first make all the things I need for it, and then I'd just go
Skewer
along,
inbound.
I guess.
Okay.
I don't know how to
Excuse me.
describe it, but...
No, I get what you're trying to say. It's like gather the resources, then just kind of build everything as it needs to, and then the structure comes in later.
Yeah.
Which I guess, again, that's the beauty of this whole, like, why I, like, when I originally was, like, working on the concept and the script for this project, it was just, okay, what's the most, like, simplistic, yet clearly we're not trying to half-ass this kind of idea I can come up with. I know! And then the end result was just make it, like, Sonic the Fighters, and just bring in, like, random-ass arenas. And there we go.
It sounds... I think it'll turn out pretty well, for sure, because Armageddon has helped a lot. I mean, compared to animated Armageddon, it's going to be easier for sure.
Power
Because,
items
like, at this
in
point, I'm
transit.
used to doing... Like, I just did a 30-minute action scene of just, like, pure chaos. I put my all into that.
Oh, excuse me, sorry, I'm not yawning at your description. I'm yawning because I'm just so effing tired.
Oh, no, I understand.
But yeah, it's... And that's the other thing as well. Like I said, it's like, the fighting scenes we got planned out are not even that complex to begin with. It's, again, we're playing around with, quote-unquote, forced, not only forced perspective, but also forced, like, character meshes and, like, stupid shit. You know, like, again, the fight with, I think with, Cream is probably going to be the easiest thing to kind of animate because it's just going to be, excuse me, just her, you know, literally just bouncing around on her ass most of the time.
Yeah.
So, and still, we, what's the word? We would need to just kind of sit down and kind of hammer out, like, the scenes, dialogue, things like that. Like, I think that would be the more, I don't want to say, like, the more pressing matter, but it would probably be the most, like, okay, we need to kind of, like, work on it, put this through the AI generators, and kind of, like, establish voices for, like,
that's
every
the thing
person.
I was thinking of, like, what voices are we gonna get them?
Yeah, because that's the problem with the comics, is, like, we don't have, like, it's not like with Armageddon where we could, like, kind of sample, people and then just kind of run with it or try to get as close as possible to the, like, original voices. A lot of these characters are, for the lack of a better term, kind of voices, like, you know, Surge, Tangle, Whisper. They're all very, like, you know, they're comic characters. Vanilla, I don't think she's ever had a speaking role in anything outside of Sonic X. I guess you could, like, sample voices from that and Cream from Sonic X and use that to build the voices. Assuming there's enough, you know, like, lines to actually build the AI properly. Blaze is another interesting one, because, again, well, again, actually, no, now that I think about it, it's like, I'm pretty sure we could just probably just sample the fucking, sample the voices from, like, Sonic X or some of the games and actually kind of build, you know, just like what you did with Contenders. The only difference would be, I think, is that for Surge, not Sticks, for Surge, what's the called? For Surge, Tangle, and Whisper, we would have to create a quote-unquote, like, custom voices for all, which it's going to be interesting because I don't think, you know, because Whisper is very soft-spoken, so I think it would be easy to kind of, like, come up with, like, a simple quote-unquote voice for her, like something that isn't too crazy. Tangle, I always kind of get this, like, super excited,
Yeah.
what's the word?
Super excited.
Like, super excitable, like, let's go.
Yeah, just female Sonic, honestly.
Killing spree.
Kinda. I wouldn't say she's, like, ditzy or anything like that. I think she would be just kind of like, ready to go, ready to fight, ready to do all this kind of shit, you know? Like, excitable, ready to go, kind of like silly, goofy, yada yada. Let me see here. So that would be, you know, kind of the general idea, I think, would be, then, let's see. You know, the general idea for that, I should say. And I can't think of the right word here. Surge is difficult because her dialogue is hard to like pin down as to what she is, like in terms of what's the word? Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. In terms of like oh Christ, what's the word? Oh, with Surge, it's difficult to kind of like pin down because, you know, unlike her male counterparts, Scourge, we kind of got this idea that he kind of like talked with a sort of like pseudo Boston accent and things like that. But with Surge, it's kind of hard to say if that is the case because she, I think the best way to describe her is like generic tough girl, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, so finding a voice that would fit that is going to be a little difficult. I mean, we could probably look at like examples on YouTube for like people who do comic dubs and things, and kind of get like an idea of like, oh yeah, this sounds like this could actually, you know, work, yada yada yada, right? But that's kind of like a general concept I think could work for that. At least in terms of the general concept like that. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, at least for that. Who else would we say? Again, like I think we could probably get enough samples from like the Sonic games and everything else for the more like vocal characters that we know have voices and actually kind of build something around that. For the other characters, I'm not sure. So.
Yeah. Fortune. Well, actually, I don't know. I was going to suggest using
Your items are
voice I gave for
ready for pickup.
6, but at the same time, I don't know where
Well, again, with Styx, it's not. What's the word? With Styx, I don't think it would be too crazy to kind of like work with that. I think it's just a case of what's the word? It would just kind of boil down to the concept of. Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Oh Christ, hold on. It would probably be just kind of like down to oh, what's the word I'm looking for here? Just personal preference, I think. Like just generally what's the word? Like just how you can work with the character, how you can make them like, you know, so on and so forth. And I don't think with Styx the voice would be too out of left field per se. I think it would just kind of boil down to how you personally feel about it and how kind of goes from there. Like I don't think, you know, normal Styx voice would, to be completely honest, work given that how high pitched and kind of like off-putting that voice can be.
Honestly, when I was gonna voice sample it, but then her voice sounded so childish that I kind of got uncomfortable with it. So I just,
Exactly. That's kind of the problem, because I think the voice actress, like, again, the idea for Styx is that she is kind of like, what's the word? She is kind of a kid, you know, I think almost around Tails' age, I think, give or take.
yeah.
Power items have shipped.
So that's the kind of like, the best thing I can kind of say is like that would probably be where the voice direction went, and so usually it's not gonna like actually work well, you know. Let me see. So you know that's general. That's the just general synopsis. I think, like, you know, using the what's the word? Using the oh god, what's the word? Let me see. Let me see. Sorry, just reading something someone sent me. But that's generally kind of the concept I've been thinking of, and the concept I've been just kind of running around and generally just kind of thinking of. Just if we can use that voice again, that's fine. Like, it won't be much of a bother. It will be, slightly weird, but again, like I said, I don't think it would be too crazy, But everyone else, I think they have enough of a voice range that they can, like, stand the test of time and everything.
Yeah.
So that's kind of the general concept, I think, for that. Yeah. Then I've got Savage Planet, or sorry, not Savage Planet. Savage, the Tales Savage comic to work on. Basically, just kind of playing around with that idea a little bit and trying to get it like not just off the ground, but kind of like generally working on it. I've been thinking on the beast creatures, right, a little bit more, like based on that conversation we talked about. And I think I've decided that I'm going to make like two distinctive like Mobians, where there's like more sapient ones, so you got like Badger Tribe, the Hedgehog Tribe, and the Bat Tribe, all basic sapients, and then on the planet proper, or like in the jungles and everything, there are more feral, huge Mobian women that are like clearly they're evolved enough to like be considered, sentient like you and I, and that kind of thing, but they're more like viewed as, I guess you could say, pack mules or beasts of burden. Like generally these are creatures that are much more like their sapiency is like very limited to like the way they speak and their general intelligence.
Yeah.
So I've also decided to make them just hybrid, again, playing up with that whole prehistoric Mobian concept. So we're going to see or read about hedgehog, Rex, T-Rex hedgehogs, or like, just various creatures that will like pop into my mind. I just need to find like, quote unquote, decent reference material for it. Ironically enough, while I was doing that, I wound up stumbling across some, what was it? Just a bestiary of Skull Island, not the new one, the original, and discovering just a huge fucking plethora of like paleontological like creatures and like how their evolutions kind of worked in this setting. It surprisingly has a lot of like actual science backing it, which surprised me.
Well, most of these Spec Evo projects do. I say most.
Yeah, but this was back in 2008, 2009. The amount of like effort they actually put into like describing the evolution, the actual like possibilities, etc., etc. Like, for example, in Skull Island, the island is kind of divided into different biomes, but they're all kind of, it's not like a video game, like there's an obvious explanation to how each biome is set, right? But there are places where you can fall into an insect colony of sorts, a prehistoric primordial soup, right? And one of the creatures are these gigantic fucking, what are they called? Gigantic fucking, like, worms that when their mouths open up, there's like a row of teeth behind them, right?
Yeah.
They're called Carnactics, and according to like their official like history and everything like that, their origins, they actually reveal that their ancestors were intestinal parasites that used to live inside of big apex predators like T-Rexes and things like that. And what would happen is whenever the Rex or whatever like large predator would eat something smaller, their ancestors would kind of devour the meat from within and kind of like add to the digestive process. What they speculate is that when Skull Island broke off from the main continents and became its own like ecosystem, some of these massive predators wound up falling into these great chasms, and the fall of the impact killed them. Because I think that's true for most T-Rexes. Like any sort of like fall can cause death, given their like biology and size. And as a result, as the creature died, these parasites didn't actually like die with them. They would like kind of eat their host from the inside out. And then, because there was so much like death and decay, like everything would fall in at some point, it's described that there are pockets of what they refer to as like primordial soup, which is just like decaying creatures that fall in or get devoured and passed along, and yada yada yada. And they just got bigger and bigger and bigger to the point where they're now active feeders that will like eat on anything that stumbles into the primordial gunk. And they'll start feeding on whatever comes in. Like they'll bite into it and start tearing up chunks or trying to swallow it whole. Ironically, though, they have now become victims of paratization as well. It's kind of like a weird twist of irony when you think about it. Where apparently, in the Great Chasm, they'll accidentally eat small insects that make the chasm their home. And these parasites will live inside them for a while. They'll grow and hatch and yada yada yada, and then exit out the creature, through the back passage, which is ironic given their origins and history.
Yeah.
That's like surprising. That's a surprising amount of like just fucking life, like real life details for something that literally only showed up for like 0.005 seconds or so. And that's what I loved about it. They actually did their research, they did their homework, and said, "Fuck it, let's make this like savage ecosystem feel as real as possible." And it works. It really does. What's interesting as well, and something I also kind of want to mention, is that, at least in terms of Skull Island, apparently Peter Jackson really wanted to put it onto the effect that this is a prehistoric world that is like on its last legs. Like, it's not like the typical Lost Worlds or things like that where you go in and everything will be like flourishing as it was. Like, he wanted this to be as macabre and just kind of like realistic as possible. So you'll actually discover, like, when you look into this like species and everything like that, you actually start discovering that because of the limited biodiversity and the limited amount of like food and resources and like wandering distances, a lot of the creatures are either getting diseased more often than not, or they're suffering from the effects of intergenetic breeding. So that's why, like, for example, the V-Rexes of the island have noticeable inbred features like misshapen or more pronounced overbites, misshapen teeth like popping in different angles in weird ways, not like a typical T-Rex where the teeth kind of get knocked out due to age or fights. This is more like it grew in the wrong way, it never got corrected. And the more like albine details on these creatures too. And that's like on the big scale. Like, smaller creatures seem to have enough like biodiversity to avoid this, but bigger ones seem to have more trouble, and again, that's simply because you need that mass to kind of survive and thrive, essentially. Another peculiar detail is there's another creature on that island. So, like I said, the laws of evolution are slightly backwards here. So, reptiles kind of remain as they were, but the mammals evolved more like birds. So we have on Skull Island a much larger diversity of flying rodents, and it's actually the rodents are, that's officially what they're called, flying rodents. Well, that's what the fauna is called. But it's so predominant that they've actually replaced the entire niche birds and flying reptiles used to hold, to the point where there's literally only one flying reptiles, like proper flying reptile species on Skull Island, and I think they call it like the reptile bird or something like that, officially I should say. Everything else is a form of rodent that's taken flight, and the most dangerous one, like almost like the apex predator of the highlands of the area, are called, if I can remember correctly, I forget what they're called, but they're basically hairless, semi-blind, shrieking bat-like creatures. But they're more closely related to like squirrels and shit like that. And according to like the biography and the information, these creatures specifically are the top predators of this biome, because of two reasons. One, they are extremely numerous and they prey on just about anything that comes to the highlands and even the lowland. Two, nothing can stomach their bodies, and it isn't like some special adaptation or anything like that.
Confirmed.
It's because they're covered in shit. Just like normal bats, because they hang upside down, and because they don't want to go on the ground of the caves, because they actually have something called a megapede that preys on them. It's the only creature, it's one of the few creatures that can actually like stomach eating them like crap and all. But because they're always like that, hanging upside down doing that, their bodies constantly get covered in literal crap. And so it's so what's it called? It's so noxious and just like potent and vile and everything like that, that nothing can actually eat it. Like most predators will let them go the moment they realize what the fuck they have. There's only one creature I think hunts them that can stomach it as well, like out in the lowlands or in the highlands proper, and I think that's called. It's a species of like saber-toothed reptile. I forget what it's called, but it has like a sail that's more like feathers, and it basically does this to attract mates and things like that. But they're extremely dangerous, about the size of a man, if not bigger. And they're one of the few creatures that will eat them. But that's kind of the ironic thing. Nothing else can stomach this, and in some of the descriptors for these creatures, they're described as like, because they're constantly fighting with each other, because they're very heavily predatory. They're often described as being like covered in wounds and infected sores, and just generally being unpleasant, which makes a lot of sense given the context of what what's it called, of how bats usually are too, when you think about it. Oh, I found the name of the flying reptile. They're called Vulturesauruses.
Enemy shields down.
As the name implies, they kind of fit the niche of carrion bird, but the thing about them is that they're relatively small, like almost the size of a normal vulture, I want to say, but they are disturbingly, something's wrong with them. Like a lot of they have very pale skin, whitish eyes, and an underbite, kind of like beak. And what they apparently do with that is kind of like scoop up prey and everything. Though I don't think this is an adaptation to prey, I think this is just an adaptation to genetic failure. Again, like I said, on this island, a lot of creatures, again, because of the limited biodiversity, interbreed quite a bit. And as a result, they always lead to... Oh, I found it. The other creature. Let me see what it was called. That's it. Okay, found it. It's called a Gladiodon. Actually, let me show you this one. There's this, and apparently a Triceratopsian species that makes the highlands its home. But they're so quote-unquote frail that they don't actually fight. They dance to attract mates. Here we go. Bifurcatops. Or Bifurca, something. Again, I've never been good with prehistoric names, both real and fictional. So this is what they look like. Sure.
Of course, they only exist in artwork. Cool stuff never makes it into the movies.
Oh, Peter Jackson wanted to include like every creature they made, but they couldn't because of budget and limited like shooting time. Like he actually wanted the movie to be 2 hours just to show off every creature they designed. Hell, he even went through out of his trouble to make fully animatronic versions of a lot of the creatures we would find, just so the scenes would be more real, but they said, no, you can't do that. So only a few of them exist in like the studios, and I know that one of them was actually like displayed prominently in a Skull Island like short-lived amusement park area in Universal Studios. Oh, actually, I think it's still there, now that I think about it. So, yeah.
Probably better than the new Skull Island.
The new Skull Island is taking what the old one did and just kind of like trying to ramp it up in like an insane way. But I don't think it really works. And the reason why is because they...
It's just... It's not realistic compared to the old
because they're trying to make these creatures fit into like the kaiju slash Godzilla kind of setting instead of like what typically King Kong was, which is just, you know, prehistoric megafauna. And this is kind of where the problem really rears its head with that, is that you've got creatures that look interesting and could work. What is it? That look interesting and could work, but too many of them come off as like, they're creative, they're imaginative, I'm not gonna like deny that, but too many of them come off as like, ugh, you know, like there's no logic to this. Like, for example, there's a creature called a death jackal, which is a raptorish, well, it's a four-legged like creature, and according to like the bios and like descriptions and everything about these creatures, they're hyper aggressive, near on starvation, attack predators basically, and they are constantly like attacking and eating, and like I said, due to like the high metabolism. But according to the bio as well, when cut open or when they're wounded or anything like that, they don't bleed red blood. What they actually bleed is liquefied calcium, which apparently explains why they can recover and regenerate so quickly. Which makes no fucking sense, because if you have too much calcium in your body, it can actually be lethal to you.
Enemy captured your flag. Defeat.
Yeah, and it's just, it's kind of like saying, oh, that'd be cool on paper, and then when you think about it, it's like, that makes no fucking sense. In fact, most of the creatures on the new Skull Island don't make a lot of sense. They also are like just, you know how I keep saying how I hate films and media that depict wild creatures as just mindless monsters and shit like that?
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing. The new Skull Island is basically a lot of fucking crazy, dangerous predators, and like all I can think about is like, how would evolution work like this? Like, you've got the fucking like sawbirds that, you know, we can shoot, but it's like, oh, don't get caught alone or else they'll like rip you apart in the air. It's like that's such a waste of food. They wouldn't be able to eat properly because half of the creature would probably like fall to the ground, and God knows where that would land. You know, and that would alert predators to, hey, you're over here. You got like gigantic water bison that like spend so much time in the water that they grow moss on their bodies, which makes no fucking sense. Even normal water bisons can't like evolve to that degree, especially given its size and everything. You got like giant krakens that live out in the oceans, and you're like, okay, so it's not limited by the island, but again, this thing should be like destroying ecosystems God knows where else. And it's just, you know, a constant thought of, okay, this looks cool and all, but it makes no fucking sense in terms of like evolution or anything like that. And you can tell that all of these were just meant to like pick off the human characters that aren't the main protagonists, and
Yeah.
it's so annoying, because ironically enough, in the old Skull Island film, right, a lot of the dinosaurs were predatory, they were monsters, people got picked off, but it was never like, oh, they're all mindless monsters. Everything had a hunting strategy to it. Everything could happen. And the funny thing about that is that these creatures weren't fucking bulletproof either. I think my favorite scene has to be the Brontosaurus stampede that's unintentionally caused by both the humans spooking the creatures because they've never seen a human being this far out before, and the raptors who are watching, you know, laying in wait, trying to spook. And during the during the stampede, so you know, it's already dangerous because they're running on a cliffside with like very narrow passageways, and these animals are bumping into each other so much that those that actually fall get trampled to death by their own without it being intentional. Without it being intentional, and even some raptors wind up getting like also unintentionally getting slaughtered because, again, they get too close to like these creatures' giant feet, and then get like, you know, crushed to death by accident. You know, that kind, and it kind of keeps going from there and so on and so forth. And what winds up happening is that there's this moment where in a complete and utter panic, what's it called? In a complete and utter panic, the one of the members of the crew actually tries to take a Tommy gun and shoot the what's it called? Take a Tommy gun and try to shoot the creature, or sorry, tried to shoot the raptors that are chasing them. He succeeds. He winds up killing the thing, you know, and it's like, of course, these things aren't fucking, what's it called? Bulletproof. But as a result, because bullets pass through things, they accidentally cause the bullets to go into a Brontosaurus's forelimbs and like the chest and like the general area, and it winds up killing the poor creature. And this causes them all to start, like, you know, once one falls, the others start tripping and falling and just generally falling all over the place. Some of them actually falling off the cliffside that they're trying to run from and going down to their deaths. And you can actually see the raptors stop paying attention to the humans and start like looking down at the cliffsides and things like that, realize, oh good, we have a feast down there. We don't need to worry about, like, you know, what's happening. Like they still go after some of the people because, again, it's like an easy meal versus a harder meal. Makes complete sense. But you know, that's what I mean. The scene is done in a way that nobody really feels like they're being idiotic for the sake of the film. Nobody is what's the word? Idiotic for the sake of the film. Nobody's really like doing anything that no normal person would do, and not even the creatures feel like they're divided into good or bad. Everyone's like equally dangerous in this scenario. Yeah, for various reasons.
Sidearm deftly employed. The right tool.
And yeah, that's what I mean. It's something I appreciated about that film because it showed that, sure, these creatures are dangerous, and if you're not careful, you can get killed quickly. But if you're calm, if you're collected, if you keep your head about you, you'll survive the island.
Yeah.
Whereas
Not,
with
like, overpowered, oh, you'll die if you here, because like it seems like they just are existing to kill things.
exactly here, it's very clearly, okay, these are animals, these are creatures, these are beasts that what's the word? These are beasts that if you're not careful, if you're not like, again, if you don't give them the proper respect or stay away, they will snack on you. Again, a good example of this would have to be, there's this moment where the woman leaves Carl, manages to like give him the slip, and during her trying to escape, she accidentally runs into a like a Troodon-like creature, like this big alligator-like monster, and it looks at her, and of course, you know, something this size would notice that, hey, you're slightly smaller than me, you're not that like dangerous, you're basically a free snack. So it starts chasing her because, again, it's an animal that needs food, and of course, as a result, the what's the word? As a result, the thing keeps chasing her until she gets into a log. And what she doesn't realize is that she's unintentionally led the creature right into into the T-Rex like territory. And you actually see a moment where, because this animal's like attempt to consume and like not paying attention to its surroundings has cost it, because there's a moment where its eyes widen as it's like being pulled back and it realizes, I'm being eaten, and you know, it basically gets consumed. The predator becomes the prey. The thing about that is that the reason why why Anne winds up like what's the word? Why Anne winds up catching the attention of the T-Rex and the few other creatures is because in that log she's hiding, she's actually it's also the what's it called? It's also just so happens to be infested with these giant crickets and other large prehistoric animals. And the dangerous thing about that is that these crickets are not like, you know, they're not quote unquote good. They're predators too. And if she doesn't like do something, it'll probably eat her too. So, or start chewing on her, and you know how painful that could be. So she immediately like panics. She winds up running out of the log, and this winds up what's the word? She winds up running out right in front of the T-Rex, which is now looking at her like, oh, dinner and a snack, basically. And this leads into the whole chase. Now, of course, this is the one thing that doesn't make any sense because, the animal is acting like a generic monster. But it makes sense in the sense that, what's the word? It makes sense in the sense that, oh god. It makes sense in the sense that the creature is, what's the word? It would see something like her as vulnerable and go after her, basically. And that's kind of the detail I really enjoy and kind of like about it. This, of course, leads into the great T-Rex battle that winds up, what's the word? The T-Rex battle that, shows off Kong's skills and shows how not even the quote-unquote apex predators of Skull Island are a match for this, behemoth. But the problem is that, that's a scene that makes sense, in context. But everything else in, the new Skull Island makes no fucking sense because all these creatures are, what's the word? All these creatures are just kind of, dangerous for the sake of dangerous and yada yada yada. And you just kind of sit there why even bother, Again, it's something that I truly find irritating about these new Skull Island creatures is that somehow, despite never encountering people, they're both able to outmaneuver, outwit, and everything, and you just sit there these aren't fucking, oh Christ, what's the word? These aren't fucking, animals, these are fucking just monsters at this point. Why bother, following along with the story and everything if it's just gonna be just this constant, what's the word? This constant, just irritating, over-the-top show of force,
Yeah, it's just they only exist to make this flat ass look cool.
Or add pointless conflict to an already pointless conflict and yada yada yada, and you just sit there and oh my god, this is taking I also hate the over deification of the what is it? Oh god, I'm trying to think of the right word here. The deification of Kong to an insane level where it's he's god of island, blah 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 blah. I'm he's a giant fucking monkey. He's always been a giant fucking monkey. There's nothing, what's the word? Deific about him. He's just, a big fucking brute. And that's kind of what irritates me about that is that they over deify him to the point where it's why, why bother? Basically, why become this over deified fucking thing? And again, it's just for the whole. It was just for the whole Godzilla versus King Kong thing because Godzilla's this massive fucking big deal, so Kong should be the same massive fucking big deal, even though it was a much more interesting when Kong was just a fucking monkey who would what's it called? Who could fucking fight against him. But that was neither here nor there. Like I said, that's what irritated me. And again, it's supposed to be a story of 'twas beauty that killed the beast. That's the point. It's basically a creature that is alone in the world, finding infatuation with someone that gives them a purpose to keep going, and it becomes an obsession, which then kills them. That's kind of the point of Kong. But again, they over deify him in the fucking new King Kong stuff, and it's oh my fucking god, I fucking hate this. I fucking hate it to no end.
Yeah,
it's just
making them,
it's annoying, and again, go ahead.
It's ruining everything else to make it fit in something it doesn't fit.
Yes, and it's also these problems of oh, nobody can make it, nobody can survive on this island. You gotta play by the island's rules. So I'm how about no? You see, we humans have this amazing skill to fucking kill shit. Even when we don't intend to, we can. We can absolutely just murder shit without really trying, and the end result is often oh shit, we've turned this animal into jelly.
Out to seize the enemy.
Yeah.
You know, like, again, like, I'll give a perfect example. There's like, we built something called an elephant gun. And an elephant gun, as you can imagine, is literally designed to hunt elephants. An elephant is not exactly what I would call the world's top apex predator when you think about it, but they can still fuck you up.
Yeah.
And these things aren't like...
Herbivores are the most dangerous creatures.
Yeah, because they have, unlike predators that have to like kill to survive, they can just eat whatever they want. But the point is that they have a reason to fight. They can die, you know, and there's no coming back from them. Just like with anything else, you fight to live. But the point of the elephant gun was that we fired these fucking insane shells at them to kill them. And a standard elephant gun projectile, right, is, I want to say, roughly about, what is it? If the standard pistol round is about, like, what is it? 22 caliber. This thing was on the, this one was a 5.77.
Yeah.
So that's at least 5 times the stopping power, and that was like on the low end for these fucking guns too. So you're telling me that on this island, we don't have like, what is it? We don't have fucking like weaponry to take down big fucking monsters. It's just, we're just that inconsequential.
You know what it reminds
Again,
me of?
it's not like... Yeah, go ahead.
Jurassic World and how the bullets do nothing to the dinosaurs. You know? How they're
Yeah,
treated
exactly.
as
Like, there's...
overpowered monsters.
At your earliest.
Yeah, I think I think my quote unquote favorite / worst like thing was that the whole Indominus Rex thing. So they talk about how like the Indominus Rex is this like super fucking dangerous thing. Like we built it specifically to like slaughter like this thing because we wanted to make it terrifying. And then the goal was like we wanted to make people like fear. What's it called? We wanted people to, you know, what was it like? This is gonna give the kids nightmares. It's like, what do you mean the kids? The parents are gonna, what's it called? The parents are gonna have nightmares. You know, that was the goal of the fucking the Indominus Rex. And then there's like, I think my favorite bit has to be when they talk about like this whole why can't you shut it down, like, you know, what don't you guys have like something to like disable it, yada yada yada. They say it's like, we do, let's activate it. They activate it and it's like, why isn't it stopping? And then they look and it's like, oh my god, it remembered it, like this thing being put in its body and it took it out and some. I'm sitting here, it's like, are you kidding me? So you're telling me that this thing knew when like a chip or like a disabling device was put into its body as a child, like a literal babby, and then has the surgical skills to reach in, pluck it out, and then leave it behind.
Yeah, it's like, it's so stupid and incompetent at the same time, because like, how do you, it's like, why the hell would you want to make a dinosaur when you can just shoot them?
Yes, it's like, again, we invented these wonderful things. It's called bullets, and we use them to kill people. Again, it's almost like I said, it's almost like we invented shit to murder humans frequently, you know?
Yeah.
But like I said, it's what and this is what I also kind of find stupid. It's like, okay, the thing took out its tracker. Okay, activate the backup. You know, like literally, like if I was creating like, and I've learned this from like counting my quote unquote predecessors and peers. If you're going to create a way to control a creature, find a way to, if you can't control it, destroy it permanently. Like, there's no point in you creating a highly dangerous, highly devastating thing that could like murder you without trying, and not have a way to either contain it or destroy it. You know what my plan would have been? Like from the word go? It's like they say, oh, we need to... Not only that, it's like, okay, so we have like this thing that'll track it. Excellent. Now I want you to implant a highly potent explosive at the base of its skull. But sir, wouldn't that... No, you're gonna do it. So like in a place where this thing can't even fucking reach it without causing severe damage to itself, right? Like we're talking back of the head,
You know,
so deep in that...
it's not like it would even know how to do that in the first place. That's bullshit, right?
Yeah. So, like I said, like to alleviate the risk that it might potentially, like, try to cut it out, as retarded as that is, you know, do this, and then the moment it's like the tracker's not working, sir. Okay, give me the key. Like, you know, put the key into like some sort of device, unlock the blow up Indominus Rex head button, and then just push it.
Acquisition.
Crisis averted. It's like, oh, we just lost 2 million on that fucking thing. Yeah, and we just probably saved a couple million in lawsuits.
Power weapons have arrived.
Alone. Alright? Don't give me that shit.
Yeah.
In fact, the whole idea of weaponizing dinosaurs is so fucking retarded. It's stupid. We have moved on from the days of trying to weaponize creatures. We really have. Like, for example, what did we... Oh, no, I think the worst thing, like, ever tried, and this is, like, saying something, especially from, like, the, what was it? It was back in the day with, oh, what's the word? It was back in the day during the Soviet Union, like, during World War II. And what the Soviets would do is they trained, I think it was German Shepherds, or some dog breed, I can't recall which one. But they trained them with landmines. Like they would strap like explosive vests on their bodies, and then the goal was that what was it? The goal was the goal was that the dogs would go underneath the like tanks, and then when they got underneath the tanks, the Soviets would just blow them up and then take out the tanks. So it was like a mobile mine, right? It worked great in what's the word? It worked great in the field because, you know, the dogs were really smart and trained and understood it, blah 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 blah, right? But there was a problem. You see, the Russians didn't have any real German tanks. They only had their own tanks. So when they deployed the dogs in the fields, the dogs would actually turn around and go underneath their tanks, resulting in mass destruction that completely halted any forward advance, to the point where they actually had to completely and utterly scrap the idea. What's it called? Completely and utterly scrap the idea because of how devastating it was. It was a colossal fucking disaster. And that's what this is like one of the many reasons we stopped using animals as weapons of war, because these creatures, like, again, an animal, while smart enough to like figure shit out, is not smart enough to like make rational decision making like that, you know?
Yeah.
So, again, what makes you think, like, at all, that a what's the word I'm looking for here? Like, what makes you think that arming a fucking T-Rex, Raptors, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? Like, what makes you think arming these creatures is actually going to make you better at war? If anything, it's probably just going to be as bad, if not worse, than anything else.
Yeah, it's just so stupid. It's because they think they're moving. It's because they think they're invincible. Like they're somehow better than real life creatures. You know. And yeah, I get it. And the thing is, dinosaurs probably couldn't exist in modern times, especially because they only got so big because of the amount of oxygen in the world. And there's less oxygen in modern day, or like they probably wouldn't survive unless they were under the extreme super conditions. Like, it's so stupid of an idea to bring them back for like combat purposes. It's so stupid, and they do it because they're stupid. The people behind the Jurassic World movies are stupid executives who think they're smart, but they really aren't. They think, oh, this is such a deep concept. We're not weaponized. It's just so stupid. It's just so Hollywood, I guess you could say.
Another victory, Spartan.
Exactly, and I think that's the worst part of it all is that, I think the worst part of it as well is, especially when it just kind of boils down to like, let me see here, like the logistics of like housing and training and domesticating these creatures is like insane. Like a good example of this would probably be like, let's say that you have a pack of raptors that you're trying to domesticate, right? We're talking about a predatory species that is extremely aggressive and can grow to about your size, if not larger, if we're taking the Jurassic Park versions, right? And they're very intelligent. And you have to basically not only be there to set up a bond and then raise them in the right conditions, and then train them early on to like listen to commands and like be trained. You also have to like understand that not every single raptor pack is going to be the same. You're going to get bad trainers who are going to wind up like not treating the animal correctly, or you're going to get people who are too nice to them, and as a result they become too domesticated, too used to like life as a pet basically. And again, this is also like not even counting the hours of training, the hours of breeding, the hours of feeding, everything like that. Like, it's an upkeep. There's an expression that my Uncle Ivan used to tell me a lot. He said, quote, "A soldier is expensive to keep, but cheap to kill." And that goes doubly same for these dinosaurs, because again, the big problem is, especially with like raptors as just the baseline example, you cannot domesticate, like the domestication process is difficult, and you can't like pass it on to another creature, you can't pass it on to another beast, like, so on and so forth. It takes like it takes like years of genetic selective breeding to even get them like close to where you need them to be. And the problem is that they aren't what's the word? The problem is that they're not always going to be I'm trying to think of the right word here. They're not always the selective breeding is not always going to take hold. It's going to like you're going to get like those that don't adapt well, or you're going to wind up like you're going to get creatures that do not, in whatever way, shape, or form, adapt well to these environments, these conditions. And this is just like the raptors. This is like the, I guess, German Shepherd attack dogs that you want. So then what about the other creatures, like the fucking, what's the word? The creatures like, I don't know, fucking T-Rex or Spinosaurus or Bronto. Like, you see how it just the scale goes up even further. And then how do you adapt, what's the word? How do you build weapons, equipment, armor? Like, how do you build all this for these creatures? Because even military dogs and service dogs and everything, they need protection. They need like bite-proof vests or stab-proof vests, or like literally everything, right? And that's where the problem really stems from. It's like, okay, how do you attach like? Are we just going to start strapping tank armor onto like a T-Rex? Are we going to start putting guns on their heads? Like, you see where it just stops making sense. You might as well just get a fucking, for like all the money you're putting into making an armored T-Rex, you might as well buy a fucking tank at that point.
And what else? I mean, I feel kind of bad because like these are ideas I have for my ARC mod. Like, I have ghillie suit raptors and shit, and like ceropods with like APC mounts and shit like that. So, I know it's like super inefficient, but it's just, because it's cool, but for realistically it doesn't make sense, you know what I mean? Because, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of the that's kind of the general problem and the general crisis with this whole thing. It's like, sure, you can do this for like something fun like that. Like if we're just having fun with the concept, sure. Like even
Or
Day of Defeat did
Dinotopia,
this with,
I guess.
yeah, like Day of Defeat, like all this stuff did that, but they'd always made some amount of sense. Like they
Well,
built around the limitations.
The reason it doesn't make
did.
sense in the Jurassic World universe is because you have these military contractors. I forget his name. He's the fat guy in the first movie. He's like, I'm gonna control these things because they're monsters and all this. And it's like you have this absolute retard trying to control these things, and it's just like. It's so remarkably, like, it's just like, it's in a realistic setting, it's not like a fantasy setting or a setting where, dinosaurs already, like primitive humans and dinosaurs existed, or, they don't have vehicles, or they, it's just like...
Or the weapons lack punch.
Yeah, like in the sense of arc, it kind of makes sense, because it's humans re-evolving on these arcs, and of course, instead of learning how to make ATVs or... vehicles, they just learn to ride dinosaurs. But for this...
Yeah, because... go ahead.
But this is a realistic setting. They already have all the technology. Why the hell do you want these... Like, even dogs would probably more be efficient as fighters. Like, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's just a big target. There's a reason we don't use elephants still as, like, war animals like they used to back in the day. It's because they're fucking big. They don't have any armor. Even then, even if you... DNA clone them to have armor, they'd still get killed by tank shells. Nothing can surpass the might. Like, it's like at
the modern day military.
Yeah, it's just a lot of movies in Hollywood. They treat the military like they're stupid.
Nothing.
Yeah, they treat it like, oh, they're just cannon fodder. They're stupid, dumb people that I hate. It's insulting, quite frankly. After like these people put their lives on the line for your existence. And you depict them as these idiotic brutes who, and there was like...
Because you need fodder enemies, that's what it is.
Well, if you want fodder, you can go about that a couple different ways. You can have, like the freaking grunts from Halo are a good example. Like, they're bred to be fodder, and they actually have a reasonable reason to be. So much so, that's why they're suicidal when they go out with the plasma grenades. Like... They actually make use of that.
Well, even like with mercenaries, and again, I hate to talk about this, but a mercenary is extraordinarily expendable. They are not, like, you're not spending years to train them. It's like, how do I put it? It's like buying a used PC. You're not putting the time and effort to upgrade it and make it better. You're just buying the end product and expecting it to work for as long as you need it to work. And, like, sometimes you'll get, like, truly 1 in a million mercenaries, but half the time they'll be, like, either like outcast military, criminal record, like just shit in general, and you're just typically going, okay, you are going to be on like security detail on like the high risk operation, or I want you to be a body, like I want you to like just be ready to fire, like literally go with escort this, and then you don't tell them it's like, oh yeah, you're escorting the dummy, I expect you to die,
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. It's just generally like that. Like again, if you want fodder enemies, you can do that. Hell, Mass Effect does this really well. This isn't much of a spoiler. This is something that you're going to encounter in the game third one quite a bit.
Flag taken.
They mention a group called Cat 6, and what Cat 6 stands for is like Category 6 disciplinary discharge. And what makes Cat 6 mercenaries oh god, I'm trying to think of the right word here. I'm trying to think of the right word, hold on. So, like, dangerous is that these are people who will take, like, black ops, wet work, basically they're the people that have military backing to be, like, their own private army. But they have no discipline, no respect for anything, like, they just do whatever the hell they want. And this is what causes them to be undermined quite a bit. Like they're dangerous, and you should be careful with what you do. But like don't underestimate them. But they're also not like the top of the line kind of like guys you want to hire. Like I think my favorite bit has to be the goal they have is to kill your player character, Shepard, right? So they've lured Shepard into a trap. and instead of like taking the rifles out and like killing Shepard when Shepard literally doesn't have like any weapons or ammo on, like it's a civilian night, they start shooting the place up, like shooting the ceiling, and then the leader of the group just says, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight's entertainment is brought to you by random acts of violence." And I'm just sitting there like, wasn't your mission supposed to, like, you know, kill Shepard quickly, effectively, literally out in the open? What the fuck are you doing? Just like, again, if I was just running this, I'd be just like questioning, what the fuck am I paying these idiots for? And am I overpaying them? That's the first question I would have if I saw that. Second question would be, how much can I like start cutting back on their paychecks, and how much like hazard pay would I save if you just told them go jump in traffic? Like, unironically, I've had that experience more than once, and I hate to admit that. It's like, again, I've had moments where I sat there and went like, how much did we pay for you again? And how much are we paying, like, to keep your sorry ass alive? I just have to look to the others and go like, if I told you guys to like not protect him and like kind of pull back, or like put you on a private channel and tell you, you know what, just go back away, leave him alone, like don't tell him anything, how many of you would do it, and how many of you would like just kind of stay behind? Like I have to legitimately start considering that at that point.
Yeah.
It's like, again, what am I paying you people for? Why are you wasting my time? Again, go apologize to the plants for making the oxygen for your stupid ass. Anyhow, but like I said, that's what makes them effective, like fodder enemies, is because they constantly will put themselves, like, they have no discipline, they have no like kind of thing. They're thugs with guns, and you'll see this like a lot throughout the DLC, is that instead of like talking with each other and trying to like figure out where this all went wrong or how to coordinate, they'll shit talk each other frequently. And then, like, for example, one of them said, like, I thought Team 6 was supposed to take them now. Well, what do you expect? Team 6 are a bunch of idiots, but don't worry, we'll get them. And I'm just sitting there, like, no, you won't. just saying that from the back, just, no, you won't.
Yeah, of course not.
Still. Yeah, but that's how you do it. Like, yeah, but that's what I mean. That's how you, like, present fodder enemies. Just go out of your way and show that, yeah, these are like the literal bottom of bare morons that like you can buy off the street, and then you can like make the more like elite characters actually elite, you know, like actually menacing / effective fighters, you know.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. It's not a difficult like concept to run with, and it's especially not a difficult like idea to make, especially when it comes down to like if you have to explain it. Like again, you said it perfectly with the grunts. Nobody gives a shit about like the grunts. Like they're literally just there to be shot at, stabbed, blown up, and sometimes kicked to death, and not exclusively in that order. Other times, you know, like I said, you don't give a shit about them. Like, is it true that some grunts can actually be like decent characters and like truly menacing if you're not careful? Absolutely they can. Anyone has that potential. But again, it's so inconsequential that you don't expect it, you know? Like, what was it? I think it was a Halo novel that, I forget which, like, it was specifically talking about, what's it called? I'm trying to think of the right word here. It was a Halo novel, and it was specifically about it was about Urtas Vadum trying to find like the prophets and everything like that, and the Arbiter puts him with like a bunch of other elites, and like, you know, it's a surprisingly diverse group of like Covenant species and everything like that. Not, like, he's not going in with just the elites, right? And he discovers that one of them is actually a Grunt Ranger veteran who makes a claim that he actually fought a Spartan in single combat and survived, and even won the fight. Urtas doesn't believe him, and he says, like, I beat him by bringing up my arms and protecting myself. So while I was enduring his barrage of punches, I outlasted him long enough for reinforcements to get him. And again, even this grunt is like kind of described as being like being grizzled. Like they go out of their way to like show that this ranger is no like laughing matter. Like he is flat out like I've lived longer than most because I wasn't stupid and I knew when to run away, when to shoot, and when to stand my ground. Again, it kind of goes to show that like not every just because a species is a fodder enemy doesn't mean it can't be good. But again, you want to set up the fodder enemies because again, it's easier to kind of set it up. The problem is that if your entire army is just made up of fodder enemies, you can't take them seriously as a threat. Again, look at Star Wars and the B-1 battle droids, for example. Go from unfeeling death machines to funny comic relief robots because fucking Dave Filoni thought it would be a good idea to give them personality that didn't fit. Ugh. Fucking pisses me off.
Lost the lead.
Let me see, but that's neither here nor there. Sorry, I'm kind of like ranting. I'm just kind of like, I'm slightly like pissed off now, you know, like just thinking about this like stupid things.
No, I get it.
Mm-hmm.
To go back to
Shoot.
Chaos,
Yeah, shoot.
because I have some experience in making ecosystems. Could I design some?
Sorry, the audio cut out slightly. Designing what?
Can I design some of
The what?
the creatures?
Oh, sure, yeah, no, go nuts. Like, I was hoping you would do that.
Yeah.
Like I said, you, like us, go ahead.
I'd
Like,
to do that.
yeah, like you're, like I said, I love whenever you create creature designs, because, like, yes, I want to see what he comes up with. I want to see, like, these weird kind of, like, you know, what would this island have? And then I can actually use some of that for, like, the quote-unquote Mobian savages. So, yeah. Let me see here. So that's, like I said, that's the general idea I have with that. Or at least the general yeah, no. If you can, like, run with that, I would really like to see what you make and kind of, like, see where the design really goes.
Alright, I'll see what I can do.
Excellent. It's like, yeah. It's excellent. Let me see here. So yeah. There was something else I was going to do. Oh god, hold on. It was on the back of my mind. I'm blanking on it. Hold on. Bear with me. What was it? No, I've completely forgotten. Oh, right, now I recall. There were some things I was going to work on later today, so I got some plans with the EXE stuff. Actually, I've made a concept I wanted to show you. So let me try and get my fucking Steam loading so I can actually show it, because I'm fucking pissed off every time it doesn't do it. So let me see. It was mostly it's an experiment to test a few concepts. So I found the texture I needed. So I wanted to display kind of like a spreading corruption, like corruption as in like bad code. Let me see. Oh, of course, I gotta reset it. Yeah, fuck it. Bad code corruption, basically. I also wanted to do like what the glitches new abilities are, which one of them I decided to do is a corruption tendrils. So they'll sprout out from like sources of corruption and then latch onto things and kind of like drag them into the rest, basically. So that's kind of why Tails is like constantly telling Sonic to stay away from it, because even though he's not a digital construct like the rest of them, there's no idea what that kind of like raw data and code could do to his mind and like things like that, you know? Like there's a legitimate fear of what's the word? There's a legitimate fear of like the code like causing problems, like like seizures and things like that.
Yeah. Of course. Because, I don't know if they're prone to seizures, but yeah.
No, I get it. Like I said, the general idea is that it's supposed to be like I said, with this, it's just because his mind is more vulnerable than before. Tails doesn't want to risk anything that could like permanently damage Sonic in like any way, shape, or form. So he's constantly like, "Oh, you shouldn't like, you should avoid it. You shouldn't do this." Like, it's generally like trying to watch out for Sonic's well-being, in, like the digital realm. And the kind of idea I wanted to run with is that in this setting, Tails is like the master of what's going on. Like he knows the dangers and everything like that, and can guide Sonic away from it. But there's still the very real possibility of things going horribly, horribly south.
Yeah.
So let me see. So that's the general kind of like the nuances for that. Like I said, I still decide to run with it. I've actually found that a lot of the what's the word? I decided to add in a few other aspects as well, such as what's the word? Oh Christ! It's in the back of my mind. So I found that some of the models can actually be like slightly changed. So I've got a design for what I'm calling Corrupted Rouge. I might have a Corrupted Shadow, Knuckles, Tails, so on and so forth. So for those, I decided I'm just going to change some of the colors around for the base bodies, but copy the EXE eyes onto them to show that they aren't the real characters, but are just like corrupted data, basically. So that's what I'm sticking with. I've also decided to keep the purple, what's it called? The purple Sonic coloration for it. I think it works well for that. I might keep the red because I tried to put in the broken texture onto the red blood parts, but it didn't really work out the way I intended because there's so much purple there that it kind of drowns it out,
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's basically that's basically what wound up happening and how I wound up kind of like redoing and kind of redesigning the what's it called? Some of the concepts. So I'm thinking about just keeping it red or changing it to a blue color and just kind of like keeping it as is. I haven't exactly decided. Let me see here. Sorry, ow, my eye. Hold on. I'm still trying to load that up. It's just taking sweet ass fucking time. So that's the general concept for that. I just need to really like sit down and kind of like work on the concept a little bit. I might have some ideas, but I don't have anything concrete quite yet. Again, and this is just mostly like a limitation of the maps I have because, like I said, not everything is what's the word? Not everything is in Gmod, so I would have to like, if I wanted to, I would have to kind of like start taking the maps from Source Filmmaker. But the problem is that if I was to do that, the what's it called? The oh Christ, bear with me. If I was to do that, they won't be proper maps. They'd just be like the models basically in the air. So I would probably, need to update that, change that, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So it's still, oh dear, what's the word? It's still in the air, So I do have a few maps I could probably use. So, for example, with oh god, what's it called? With oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. So places like Seaside, sorry, not Seaside. So obviously Green Hill, of course, but I also have a few others like Station Square and a few other places like that. The only problem is that they're so low quality. But I could probably just kind of get away with that by just basically having Tails like state or explain that, oh yeah, this is like older code I was working with at the time. It needs to be updated, but for now, just run it like you normally would. Don't worry, you won't cut yourself on the jagged edges.
Betrayal.
Hey, you see what I did there? No. So that's the what's the word? So that's the general kind of like concept I've got there, at least in the overall arc for that. I would like to bring in other places too, more. I don't want to say like modern locations, but at the very least more like set locations, or like something a bit more eye-catching, like Sunset City, or things like that.
How do you think you would go about doing that?
Well, I would think that the concept I was originally thinking on was that the newer locations would be what's the word? Newer locations would be more present in Sonic's mind because he just went through them, while older places would be much like buried deeper and deeper and deeper in his brain. So older places wouldn't pop up as frequently as the newer ones, especially if he just went through if it's just after forces and things like that, basically. So that's kind of the subtle concept for it, basically. Or at least the early attempt. But of course, like I said, the main problem is down to what's the word? The main problem is just down to what's the word I'm looking for here? Oh Christ, I had it. Hold on. So for now, the main concept is just being kept as I'm trying to think of the right word here. Just kind of working with what we got so far and just kind of running with it, and like I said, explaining that EXE is able to, or is just trying to escape, and they have to keep pushing and pushing and pushing further and further. Let's see here. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was just wondering the idea.
Oh no, I get what you mean, but like I said, this is kind of like what I'm trying to kind of base around and kind of work with. There was some earlier ideas and concepts I was also thinking of, like this would be a way to what's the word? To also include, like, for example, what's his name? Some, like, more unexpected characters, or, like, one-off characters and things like that from previous adventures, and, so on and so forth. But I don't think that would work too well because I think, what's the word? Oh, I'm trying to think of the right word here. It would feel too much like, just, basically, I'd be pulling a fucking, oh god. I'd be pulling a Ian Flynn at that point, saying like, "Oh, remember this, remember that," blah 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 blah. So I'm like, let's just keep it a bit simple and just kind of run with it. I'm thinking of the other one, or the other kind of like characters as well, like maybe bringing in Gamma as like, to bring him back in for like if I'm doing the whole egg carrier, because I think there's an egg carrier map in Gary's mod, so I could probably like. That's my excuse for bringing him in, basically. I'm just kind of go like, oh, this isn't me nostalgia pandering. This is completely legitimate. Please don't hate me. Just super guy. It's like, please don't. So like I said, that's the general kind of like concept I have for that. Don't got too much in terms of what's it called? Crazy concepts beyond that. Especially when it boils down to like, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Oh god, what was it? You know what I mean. Like, not too out of the ordinary, too crazy, yada yada yada,
Yeah.
So yeah, that's that's the general kind of overview. I just need to sit down and actually fucking work with this. That and hammer out the rest of the detail as well, of course. And my Steam is not working. Fantastic. Bear with me a moment. I'm gonna have to like start up a game and like kind of force Gary's mod to like Steam to respond. Let me see here. I'll just do some Warframe. Actually, they recently released Grendel Prime, so that's gotten all the wrong people excited.
What the hell is Grendel Prime?
So Grendel is the unironic Vor Warframe. I'm not joking. His entire kit is literally eating people. Well, he's one of the few, I should say. There is another Warframe that Vors people as well, but that's more situational power-based thing. Grendel literally has a stomach that opens up to reveal a mouth. Literally.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, and his entire kit revolves around eating, digesting, or regurgitating enemies. Or literally rolling himself into a ball to flatten people.
Oh, my lord.
No, I am not kidding. That's literally all his abilities in some eyes. So they make, according to like the power descriptions and everything, it kind of works like this. So you can eat enemies to replenish either armor, health, or shields. By digesting them, you add their life force to your own. Or you could like regurgitate and launch enemies out as a toxic infused projectile that does splash damage on impact. Let's see, there's Nourish, Impact. I forget the third ability, but it's really important. And lastly, the final ability is called Meatball, where he rolls himself into a ball and literally just crushes people to death. And there he is, I've just sent him to you.
I'll check it out when I can.
Sure. But with every Warframe, there are two versions. There is the standard Warframe version, which is basically just
Double kill.
the default, like what the plebs and like normal people get, right? And then there is the Prime version, which is literally what it sounds. It's a gold and silver and white version of that Warframe. They're a lot stronger. Their abilities are kind of like uncapped. They're basically like if a Warframe is a demigod, then a Prime is a god amongst men, basically. Yeah, keep that in mind. What I hate about the fact with Grendel and DE is that I don't know who worked on the sound design, but someone clearly has one of those fetishes, because if you eat your enemies, right, and if you bring the camera close to Grendel and like disable all other sounds, you can actually hear his stomach dissolving the people inside. You can hear them like struggling and like yelling and everything like that. I'm just like, someone was having too much fun with this. Someone said yes. And it isn't like some generic fucking screams or anything. I mean, literally, it's based on the enemy you eat.
Oh my god. So they have lines recorded for that.
Well, not recorded like, oh my god, please. It's more like they'll take the bass lines of like the enemies, what they'll already say, and then have the enemy repeat it, and like so on and so forth. Yeah, it's kind of uncomfortable if you're not into that sort of thing. But again, joke's on you, DE. I'm into that shit. No, I'm kidding. More like I don't mind it really. So the Prime version is basically just that. It's Grendel with more tech to it, right? The design is they've overemphasized like a lot of things. Like now his stomach has a much more jagged like mouth pattern, so it's kind of like almost opening all the time. He is much more angular, much more like it kind of looks like a beast almost. Like they really played up the hungry maw design. In the trailer for him, because they did release a trailer, they always do for all the primes, by the way. the trailer shows a bunch of corpus like board members, like the corpus are business, by the way, standing around a table, like listening to the latest prophet, martyrs, yada yada yada, and then the soldiers start hearing something outside the door, like this horrible, like grunting, growling, like beating, like something's like on the warpath, and then Grendel bursts in from the door and just starts massacring everyone and literally just eating anyone he can get his stomach on. There's even a scene where the speaker of the whole thing is like hiding behind a desk, and you can actually see one of the one of the security on the table, like his hand, or it's either his hand or his foot, like leaning over the table. Yes.
I just don't like thinking about that. I'm sorry.
I mean, I like the concept personally. I think that's a cool kind of like embodiment of gluttony. So naturally, the stomach would become a mouth. Like as you get bigger, when you're like obese, your stomach grows. It makes sense that the stomach would just become a mouth at some point. But no, so so basically you hear like this slurping, like crunching noise, and you just see the guy just slowly getting like pulled off the edge of the table, and the guy's like, oh god, he's gonna eat me. And then like there's a moment of calm when he starts moving, and then he just It's awful. No, actually, you know what's worse about this whole thing?
What?
His official lore, because unlike a lot of fucking media out there, Warframe's lore is actually in the game. There's a museum dedicated for, literally a museum dedicated for like, what's it called? The story of like the Warframes and everything. So let me see if I can find it. There's someone who runs it, basically a disembodied voice who will like narrate pieces of like the artifacts and things you'll find. So like weapons or like equipment or specialized helmets. Like he'll specifically like tell you the story and like explain what the legend is about this like Warframe, what they were like, how they were viewed by the old people, yada yada yada. For example, they made Nezha's femboy army canonical, so keep that in mind. No, I'm not joking. That's literal Chinese lore.
I didn't know.
Yeah, Nezha, what was it? The third Lotus Prince. It's heavily tied with Wukong and things like that. Even though I don't particularly like Chinese lore or like myths and things like that, I still do pay it due respect just to insult it more easily. So let me see here. Okay, so I have the variant entry, so I'll go ahead and read this out. So, introduction: Grendel, primal, insatiable, and, as this exhibit will demonstrate, a creature of surprising compassion. After the fall of the Orokin Empire, a surviving Orokin executor, a volatile table scraps. As the city starved beneath him, Karish commanded yet another feast for himself and his gluttonous sycophants. 12 courses for each of his 12 grafted stomachs, digestive sacs, and one uninvited guest. There, there remains a shallow trench through the ruins, as if some colossal boulder had crushed it. Sorry, let me reread that again. The text is very difficult to understand. Had crushed form the Manse and rolled down the hill. But what if it had rolled up? Imagine, if you will, Karish's Dax that day, peering out, dumbstruck by what they saw. They readied no blade, sounded no alarm as the expanding orb of Gristle hurled towards them. And then, in a spasm of giblets, Grendel was before them, his cutlery in hand. The Masseter, which is Japanese. What is it? A masseter is a what's it called? It's a slab of iron with spikes on the end. Basically, it was used by brutish like warriors who couldn't use katanas because of their size. It's usually depicted with like demons and onis, basically. So he has a futuristic version. They call it the what is it? His shish kebab, because he kind of looks like a shish kebab. Where were we? Okay, here. The scraps of cloth matching Grendel's unexpectedly elegant Sayandana were retrieved from the side, hooked on the remains of gilded gates, stained with the evidence of his degustation. Indeed, most of the Orokin hanger-ons who attended the feast became it, and Karish himself fled, shrieking into the hills of Reda, as fast as his 12 exosac levitators would carry him. It came as no surprise to me to find tiny fragments of Goss just outside the city. Indeed, if one thing is for certain, wherever we find evidence of Grendel, we're sure to find some traces of Goss as well. Did they breach the city as a pair, or did Goss hang back, intercepting returning patrols, generously letting his friend Grendel eat his fill at the feast within? Note the open-faced, almost maw-like design, a fitting vestige for one of such singular, rapacious, predations. Grendel may hunger, yes, but not with the excess of gluttony, not when others are in need. Oral history tells of Grendel, newly engorged from his repast, rolling through the miserable slums of Reda, reinvigorating the sick and the lame, the hungry and the dying, with the power he had stolen, consumed from their oppressors. Here we have the shattered fragments of the Manse wall, and the gate mangled by Grendel's massive blade. One can almost see the city's masses, newly rejuvenated by Grendel's heartful blessings, storming the Manse, shattering the gates thrown wide. They take back what was theirs, namely control of their future. See here the scattering of the genuine Orokin dinnerware, worn with time. These must have been used for countless meals as the people of Reda bravely withered the dark times ahead. Many warframes have sped and listened, but let me try that again. I butchered that. Many warframes have speed and lithness, but powers, momentum, impact, those require mass. And there, the creased midsection, the seam, does it split? Yawning with jagged, vacacious aperture to who knows? A certain Orokin may have found out. That night, when the people of Reda ate their fill, feasting until the frozen mountain lit warmly with the dawn, it was towards those roseate peaks that the executor fled, pursued by Grendel. With his fate, what his fate was, I cannot say. But as people feasted, so the story goes, they suddenly were struck by a strange, deep sound, a rumble carried from the mountain to mountain, a single, satisfied belch. That's where it ends. In short, Grendel ate him. Again, I kind of like that. It has a hint of like old fairy tale ending to it, doesn't it? Again, that's kind of what I like about the Laverian. They try to actually give Warframes a sort of like mystical story, kind of like explaining their like deeds and everything like that, in a sort of like mysticistic sort of way, which I think works for them, even their like demigod-like statuses. Still, I just find it incredibly funny that again, just Grendel chased this fat fuck down and said, "You know what? You're going to die. I'm going to eat you." Again, really kind of enjoyed that concept. Let me see here. Let me see here. Is Steam fucking working, or is it? Oh my god! Why is it still acting? Okay, I guess I gotta reset it again because it fucking hates me.
That's unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. It pisses me off to no end because it's like, again, I'm trying to like share something and it's like, nope, you're not going to do that. Fuck you. It's like, oh, for God's sakes. Again, is it so fucking hard to do?
Then we may infiltrate the human stronghold.
Fucking hate that. Let's see. Sorry, someone sent me something stupid. It's like, yeah, it's like, oh, Faded, are you gonna work with dives at any point? I'm like, no. Never gonna happen. Not because I hate the guy or anything like that. No, it's not because I hate the guy or anything. It's just his content and my content run like in two different directions. Diives is he's an animator from Chile who's made like this like Zodiac cartoon thing. But he also does porn of the characters as well. So a lot of times he'll hide like extended scenes behind his Patreon and everything. Like, oh, go subscribe, and you'll see like the uncensored like what actually happened, and you just kind of sit there like, okay.
Lost the lead.
For me, like I said, it's his content and mine run like in completely different directions. Where, you know, I'm all right working with like more story-driven smut. Like I'm not one of those like, oh, I can't do this because I'm some puritanical whatever. But it's also like his style of storytelling runs different to mine, where I'm more detail orientated, and he's more like, I kind of want to just put this on paper and just be done with it. So yeah. Don't think I'd ever work with a guy again, and it's not because I have anything like a vendetta or anything against him. Far from it. It's I respect what he does. It's just I don't see us working together for like if we did, I don't see us working together for very long, if at all.
And I can see why.
Again, it's just excuse me. Again, like I said, it's nothing to do with like bad or good content or like personal like beef or something like that. It's just purely what's it called? It's just purely just down to, you know, different optics or how like he does things versus how I do things, and so on and so on. And that's just purely what it is. Like I've had plenty of people who I thought would be a decent match to like work on stuff, but you know, they wind up having their own kind of like styles and things like that, and it just kind of winds up going like, oh, okay, I guess this is, you know, like we'll run into like what I call the proverbial creative wall, and then nothing will get resolved, and we're just kind of like stuck in this state of limbo of like, well, now what do we do? Like neither party is too bold to say like, oh, I want to work on this, can you like collaborate with me on it? But at the same time, neither's willing to like accept the other's proposal.
Yeah, I guess I can see that. I mean, it's pretty amazing to get to work with him.
Okay. Go ahead.
Pretty high profile.
Yeah, I mean, he's not like I said, I've worked with plenty of smut artists before, both big and small, and like I said, I've done some concepts, I've done some work with folks, but it's never been like, what's the word? It's never been a bragging right. Like I don't say it's like, oh, I'm friends with Toby Art or Vanska or Sliff or like any of these people. It's more like, oh yeah, I just kind of approach them because I'm not. And like I said, I'm a blunt instrument. I'm like, hey, do you want to do this? You know, I see something I like and I go. If it doesn't work, oh well. You know, I just say okay, thanks, and I call it a day. I don't hang around like some people.
Flag stolen.
Yes. It's like I'm not just gonna hang around you and like be like, oh, I really want to talk, and then you just sit there like, fuck off.
Well, I
Like,
really
tell me what you
wanted
want.
to
Don't
meet
control.
you. It's you know the bullshit. I care. Like it's just ingenuine.
Flag
You know?
recovered.
Like I hate people
Yeah.
that go to you and say hi and they pretend to be friendly, but really they just want something from you. It's like just,
They want something from you, and then they'll say like, oh, you know, and like they'll word it in such a way where it sounds like you're the asshole for rejecting them, but then at the same time they'll take advantage of that and go like, oh my god, I've been nothing but nice to you and this, and you're just like, oh, for fuck's sakes.
see, he was playing the victim when I was calling him out for shit. He was like, I care for you. I was like, no, you don't.
You know what that reminded me of, like when you said that?
What?
That like that one meme where the guy goes, Steve and Maya, Steve love you, and the other guy goes something. Meh. I know it's supposed to be an emotional moment, but it's just ruined by the fucking cry the guy doesn't. It's just one of those problems. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing at like, you know, I'm not laughing at people's like misfortune or suffering. It's just, it's too fucking funny,
Well, yeah.
you know? But yeah, that's the problem with Zap. It's like he just does this because, like I said, he just wants shit from people, and I fucking hate that. Like, I enjoy having a conversation and knowing that like people like me for me, not just because I'm the smut machine. I'm like I'm the writer guy. I see something I like and I write about it because it's like, no, that's not who I am. You know? I've said this to like a lot of people. It's like I'm not just a fucking porn bot. I'm not something that you just flip on and go like, oh, can you like do this? Can you do that? I'm like, you know, I have like, I'm what is it? What did fucking Alex Jones once said? He's like, I'm alive. I'm a human being. Eat meat, like something like that, basically.
Yeah. It's just that it's even still he refuses to admit he was wrong in the situation, even though he admitted to me that he was only sorry to see me for, like he was only talking to
Flag
me and
recovered.
getting a commission from me. It's just like, and you know what else I remember the other day is that when I was sick, he was pressuring me to make something for him. And I never picked up on that being a negative sign, unfortunately.
Yeah, because again, you when you want to like give something to people, you always want to like be like, oh, sorry, let me get on that right away. But there are people who take advantage of that and be like, ah, yes, I have someone weak I can push on. Like, the ironic thing is, not too long ago, or recently, I want to say, like I said, I talked with a Sonic like smut maker called Aster, right? The guy's up his own ass about a lot of things. You know, he's the guy who I had an argument with, was like, you know, Sonic 06 still happens, like, but it was erased from the timeline. I'm like, yeah, but it was still acknowledged by fucking, you know, Generations and shit like that, and you know, he's still like, no, Generations isn't canon. It's a celebration game. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
You know, it was just one of those things. But the reason why people like him is because he does like super good. Well, I say super good. It's like it's decent blender Sonic, like gay Sonic porn, right? But it's also like very wholesome and cute. But that's kind of like his big thing. He also tries to like dabble in writing, and like a lot of it is kind of like you're trying too hard in some places. You might want to tone it back, basically. But that's his, you know, that's between me and him. Problem is that recently I talked to him because he mentioned, because he knows I'm a writer and things like that. So he was like, "Do you get like requests to like write commissions. I'm like, well, not really. I don't take commissions. I just kind of do requests, and if I like the idea, I'll just run. And I asked him, I was like, okay, why was that? You know, I expect him to be like, oh, I want you to write this. You know, I thought, oh, you know, I wouldn't mind that, but he's more like, well, you know, because someone was like doing that. I'm like, okay, whatever. So they're gonna hire you. That's great. So I give him the same advice I kind of give you. It's like, you know, you should pace yourself well. You're gonna get weird commissions, like weird things. You know, you're starting out. Maybe don't be too picky about the jobs you take and the jobs you don't want to take, because, you know, you don't want to come off as this. And he's like, why would I do that? I am a picky person. Like, you know, just trying to defend like his. I want to be paid for the things I want to make, but I don't want to make things that people want me to, basically. And the more I heard, like, again, I tried to explain to him, it's like, this is a bad look, because if you're like too selective with the stuff people can like hire you for, you're not gonna see like a lot of people coming in and saying, oh yeah, I want to hire you to do this. You're gonna see a lot of people going like, you know what, let's talk with someone else, or let's hire somebody else who will actually like be fair and like hear us out, and you know, blah blah blah. I mean, I'm trying to like kind of get that through his head, and he's still like, well, you know, I still want to do it like this. I'm like, you know, that's the worst thing. Someone with an ego who doesn't realize that when you're being hired by people, you still have the right to say like, I don't want to do that, but you don't have that right with like every single thing. Like, you can't say that in one breath and expect people to like pay you for shit that you're not gonna even do, you know? And that's what I was just trying to like explain to him, but he's, like I said, Aster is someone who's like very up his own ass, and is like, I can tell is very proud. The thing is, I want to kind of like, what's the word? Cut ties with him, because I'm thinking it's like, you know what, your porn isn't worth it, but I don't like burning those kinds of bridges either, because I do like the characters, and I do like working on some of the more wholesome stuff he does, but, you know, it's kind of like, maybe I should just keep this strictly professional and just like not try to get involved in his life and just let him like kind of hang, basically.
Yeah.
You know, like a good example I think would be, like, he's trying to get into streaming, and he did like a whole, like, he streamed the entirety of Sonic Frontiers, where he was also like, oh, I don't like Sonic Frontiers because it changes the characters too much, and I'm saying, I'm like, okay, motherfucker, that's entirely on you. But he did like, I think several 4-hour, like some insane length of time stream, and there's a lot of dead air. He's like struggling. He's like, you know, he's very clearly not used to talking for long periods of time, or like without talking to someone. And I talked to him and said, you know what, I wouldn't mind, like, if I've got free time and you want to stream on the weekends or whatever, I wouldn't mind giving you a hand and helping you kind of like, excuse me, like getting your stream stuff up and running. And he's like, no, I kind of want to do it myself. Like, he was like, in one breath, kind of like, I wish more people would listen to me, but then in the other breath, he's like, yeah, but I kind of want to do it my own way. And it's like, okay, whatever. I'm just offering a suggestion.
It's pretty much like that.
Yeah, where in one breath he'll be like, oh, I want like success or whatever, or like acknowledge like his shortcomings for it, right?
Reset.
But he will, at the same time, he won't like accept, or kind of like if you tell him like, hey, these are the things you need to do, or like, hey, this is like a kind of general thing you should probably consider, he'll be like, but you know, maybe I won't. Like, you know, it's, I don't want to say indecisive, but it's very clear that he'll listen to you, but he won't actually listen to you, you know. Also, I've successfully sent the images. So the first one I sent is this is just you checking out the Metal Slug heavy machine, because why not? I had more planned, but it was late and stuff. The second one is that concept art I mentioned, so I want like to get your input.
I'll check it out when I can. I'm currently not.
No, you're fine. I'm just letting you know that that's what I posted. Anyway, back to random ramblings here. That's just generally what I feel, is that Aster is someone who I would kind of avoid because of the ego, but at the same time, like, I want to keep working, so I'm gonna see how it goes, and worst case, I just keep it professional.
Yeah.
You know, no, what's the expression? No skin off my face. Oh no, something just popped into my head when I heard that beep. Just, hey Google, show me his balls. I was like, whoa.
Honestly, I have a lot of pent up anger for Zap, honestly. Like, even when I said I hated him, I actually didn't mean it. Like, just, you know, you get betrayed by someone you trust, and they're just constantly telling you, I did nothing wrong.
Double kill.
I don't know. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he found another group and he's going on about how horrible they are, you know?
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Like he's probably just trying to find like any sort of sympathy and then start. Like I suspect he's gonna try and like get people to quote unquote raid the server and stupid shit like that, and I'm just gonna be like, who the fuck is this virgin? You know?
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm worried about. Especially since I removed him from the credits of Armageddon.
Good. As you should.
Like, I removed his cameo, I removed everything about him, because, you know, I'm sorry to bring the topic back to him, he just pisses me off.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Like, Zap is the most, like, fake individual and someone who will just, like... Again, he'll say one thing through one side of his face and then something else from the other. And then try to, like, gaslight you. Yeah, and then try to gaslight you whenever possible.
Yeah.
And, you know, and he sees nothing wrong with it, because, like I said, he's a sad little man that has no control over where his life is going. He's just raging at the world because how dare the world not recognize he's a perpetual victim. And the world just says, who the fuck is this guy?
Well, maybe if he actually did something like with his life, like I did, maybe people would recognize him. But no, it's like he just wants to sit down and pay people to do his dirt.
Yeah, you literally have like several thousand people who supported your project or like are actively watching it in success.
It's at 5,000 right now.
Yeah, you see what I mean? It's like 5,000 people who said, you know, I'm gonna watch this. Let me see here. But that's what I mean. It's just that's what I mean. It's just, and of course he's gonna get angry about it. He's gonna be like, "Oh my God, they removed me from Armageddon." Like, I suspect he's gonna do some sort of like gay ass Twitter call out post saying, "Oh my God, they removed me from Armageddon, guys." So it's like blah 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 blah, and like make up some shit like, "Oh, what's it called?" You know, make up some like stupid like, "Oh, they did this because blah 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 blah." Like again, like that one person who was like losing his fucking mind in the fucking, what was it, in that other server I was in,
well,
and like, oh my God, you're all trans, blah blah blah.
I think he's the type of person to only, like, from my experience with him, he only ever would call me out on something if someone else did it, because he can't think for himself. He doesn't know how to think for himself. I mean, he's a freaking, he describes himself as a Democrat, so it's no fucking wonder, but like, it's just like he'll only attack me when someone else calls me out, which won't happen because, well, I'm saying it won't happen, but I'm trying my best not to make it happen because I don't really piss people off. Like people that I piss off are people that like they just clash with my style, or they just kind of like people that just want me to change who I am, but I don't want to change, you know.
Yeah, because again, that's the constant stupid bullshit. Is that he is constantly like, he's constantly trying to start shit and start drama and like just get people to like side with him, even when he's absolutely fundamentally wrong, and he just doesn't understand that's what people hate about him. It's like, even again, like what? Yeah, go ahead.
He told me that I was blackmailing him when I told him that if people saw the stuff he see, they hate him, and I was like, no, I'm not blackmailing you because they already see it. That's why the server hates you, Zap. It's because they see the shit you say. Well, not about me, but to other people. It's like the stuff he said. And then he's like, it's like it's not blackmail because it's already happened, you know? People have seen the stuff you said, and if you do anything, more people are going to see it.
Yeah, blackmail would be like, it'd be a shame if someone saw our private DMs where you were just dropping the N-word like crazy. That would be awful. Like that's fucking blackmail.
Yeah, it's just like what was it? He was just saying though, because I told him like I'm paraphrasing here, but I told him if he does anything that I would be ashamed if people saw the stuff he said, because if you go after me more people to see
Flag taken.
because it's just like
Flag
and then it's his fault too. He would go on stream and like
Flag
expose everything
taken.
about himself on there, even though I told him. And this is why, if I was to ever do a commentary, I wouldn't come in. And this is why
Flag dropped.
I wanted to really be like professional about the streams. And he constantly ruined it because he would take control of the conversation and talk about some shit that's not related to the topic. While you always would keep it on topic and stuff, you know.
Okay. Yeah, he would. What do you call it?
Double kill.
He would just constantly just do stupid shit like that, and then again when he's backed into that corner, when he's like on the defensive, then suddenly everyone's in the wrong and everyone needs to suffer and everyone like, and then you just sit there and go like, no, you're just a dumbass.
He flat out
You're just an
admitted
idiot.
to me that he's like, he said that he says things like when he's backed into a corner, and it's like, well, he was being a
Yeah, no shit.
about it, but he was being. It's like in my conversation with him, the whole time he was just contradicting himself, and he was like, oh
Flag
yeah, I know
reset.
that it's because I'm in a bad state and all this stuff. It's like, yeah, and then you wonder why I say I don't trust you and why I don't trust anything you say. It's because you don't believe anything you say. And it's like when I asked him to actually care when he was talking to me, it's like, oh, what else am I supposed to say other than I care for you? That's all I can do. It's like, okay, even like Mega Tank and Red all the time are, trying, if I'm ever have any problem, they always give me advice. They always try to help me out to the best they can. You don't. And then he started going on about how I used him for money, even though I literally discouraged him from commissioning me every chance I could get, because I never liked doing his commissions. But I only did them when I could, because, I saw him as a friend, and I didn't want to, be a dick about it. It's just...
Yeah, because again, he, like I said, like many times, and I probably will continue to say this until the day I die. Zap is part of a niche community that's within a niche community that's within a niche community. And when these people find someone who's not only willing to like do the things they like, but also are like relatively cheap about it too, they are quick to hop on that and then try to take advantage of as much as humanly possible to quote unquote succeed and get their like specific things out the door as quickly and as like suddenly as humanly possible.
Yeah,
And they always will do that.
He was constantly rushing me anytime we had a commission. He was constantly asking about it over and over. Never gave me a break. Whenever Mega Tank or you were asking me for things, you guys weren't like, you guys didn't even bring it up like so constantly as we did. He was just constantly forcing me to, and it made me feel uncomfortable. And then he's like, oh, why don't you want to be around me? It's because you do that. It's like, why do I want to be around someone who's not there for me? As he said.
He'll just, like I said, he saw you more as a tool to get what he wanted, less so than a person, and that's always what these people will always do. And then when they to use like an expression here. When they kill the golden goose, they're left wondering, oh, who killed my goose? But it's like, you're holding the fucking axe that did it.
I mean, now, like, I raised my prices, and he got so mad about that, too. He was getting all, like, mad and being, like, you know, it's just, like, he was just telling me how he wasn't even fair and stuff like that, you know?
Flames.
And
Yeah, because that's the point of the price fight. It's to gatekeep people out.
he was even still trying to, like, leverage me to do a stole price. Like how he was going, like, this was also on stream, by the way, too, on, like, Safe for Work YouTube stream when I was playing Halo Reach. You know what he did? Well, actually, I already told you. It's because he literally said, oh, don't do the, I know Megatank told me not to, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's like, it's just like,
Leg.
and then I'm left here being like, dude, you're saying this on a Safe for Work stream, and then when I told you, I remember you were like, ban him, and, you know, I banned him, because, you know, you were rightfully mad about that, so that shit.
Yeah, because the reason why he's doing that, again, like I said, the reason why he's doing this isn't because he thinks it's a good time to do it, or it's like the appropriate time to like vent grievances or try to like come to a mutual understanding. It's because he knows he can put you in a position where you'll be publicly embarrassed if you try to back down, and also he can air out your laundry with zero to no consequence to himself.
And,
You know, because always whenever a student, yeah, go ahead.
He was also forcing me to, like, do stuff, like, he forced me to, he'd pay me first all the time, and I remember he also paid me out of nowhere. And I can't even refund it because I blocked him on PayPal after that whole thing, so I can't, so I still have to do his commission, but thankfully it's 1 minute 30 seconds and I can get it done easily. And I just
You
told
can probably just
Megatank.
say like the commission. Yeah, go ahead.
I just told Megatank to give it to him
No,
after
go
he's
on.
done. Because you know, and I told Megatank to not talk about that ever.
Oh, shit.
Around, you know.
Yeah.
I told him
And
not to.
that's what I mean. It's just, yeah, because again, it's like, the reason why he did this, and always did this, is so that way he would price lock you into doing what he wanted. It's a common tactic a lot of people will do to commissioners, where they find out that the commissioner, like, has the price, like, always open to take commissions, or, like, you know, you can always, like, donate or give money, you know, blah, 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 and that's what they do. So, they'll send you money out of the fucking blue, and it'll say, like, no explanation, and then they'll come to you and say, like, oh yeah, I paid you this, can you, like, work on that commission, and then you're stuck holding the bag. So you can either refund it, and then look like an asshole for doing that. It's basically saying your money, it's like, I'm rejecting your service, your money's no good here. Or you accept it, and you're just kind of like stuck doing something you really didn't want to do, which can make it suffer. Or you pocket the money and tell them, go fuck yourself, you're not doing this, and then block. It's, like I said, it's one of these kind of problems, and a lot of people will always fucking do this, because they know it's the easiest fucking way to get what they want, with the most minimal effort to get you to, like, repercussions for their stupid fucking actions. Fucking hate that. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, if Zap tries anything, like those DMs alone, and our DMs is enough to incriminate him for, you know, exposing him for being contradictory, for, like, you know, flat out, like, when I told him, you know, I already could use those DMs to, like, show how much he's dishonest about stuff, and then I could, you know, show the stuff on that stream, that he said, and just prove my point, and I wouldn't have to do anything, kind of like what I did with Mara, where I didn't include, like, everything, like, the whole thing about her having a piss fetish and stuff like that, even though it would, like, make my point stronger. It was just because, you know, I just did the, you know, bare minimum.
As you should. Like I said, the whole goal is not to, like, turn this around and say, like, oh my god, you're you're awful because blah 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 blah. The goal is to basically be like, yeah, we're not. I'm just here to clear the air. The air's been cleared. Okay, goodbye. You know, you're not trying to drag this out like fucking what's it called? Like someone like DSP or Wings of Redemption or Boogie or like any of these. Your goal is simply just to tell it as it is, get them to get off your back. You know, tell your side and then leave it as is. You don't need to push it any further than it needs to. Again, this is the thing that people like Zab and Mara hate. It's that they hate not being able to control the narrative. Oh, excuse me. They hate not being able to control the narrative the way they want to, and they hate getting like pulled out into the sunlight because the moment that they're exposed, like all those years and months of work is just pissed away because people can just go, oh, you're that asshole, that blah 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 blah, and you know, if they're smart, they won't pursue it because, or like typically, or actually, let me ask a question. Are you familiar with the Streisand effect?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you know that if you try to like remove something or basically try to cover something up, or just generally try to like quote unquote save your hide in any way, shape, or form, it's just going to wind up getting worse and worse for you as the time goes on, as more people are exposed to it.
Yeah.
Exactly the same problem. People like Zab, if they will find themselves in like, well, Zab and Marlon, they'll find themselves in two positions here. They will either A, try to challenge the what's it called? Oh god, I'm trying to think of the right word here. They'll either try to challenge what you do, and then try to make some claim that's like, oh, it's not that, or try to like filter everything to make it more blurry and difficult to tell. Or they'll try to take this shit down because they're afraid of what you'll say. And again, this will only lead to people wanting to see, is like, oh, what's happening? What happened? What's going on? They'll actively hunt for this. And what was initially just a minor fucking inconvenience has now snowballed into something that could and will fuck you over in the end. Again, these idiots don't understand that.
I mean, I don't think Mara's going to do anything, because the truth is that she's a nobody. Not a lot of people know her, and after my video was made, I mean, the worst, I think, I don't think she will do anything at this point, because, after the whole thing happened, she incriminated herself so much, because she didn't deny anything I said. She just said, I'm not watching the video. And as soon as she messaged me, her friends messaged me, so I have even more, they incriminated themselves more and gave me more proof of my claims. And also, she flat out, I won the argument right there, because she said, I'm not watching the video. Alright, you just sat on the chessboard and said, and, just left. You didn't really win.
Yeah, it's like, I win, fuck. Yeah, exactly, and that's, like I said, I keep mentioning this, and I'm gonna keep mentioning it until I'm blue in the face. People like this will always fucking lose because they never understand that you have to fight arguments with arguments. You just can't say, use ad hominem attacks, because it's always going to wind up going poorly for you. It's a sign of mental immaturity. Again, the whole situation with XQC and Ethan Klein. Ethan had fucking mountains of fucking evidence to use against XQC, and would frequently point out, oh my god, you're a fucking, he would have a lot of fucking I'm trying to think of the right word here. A lot of evidence to back up his claim and fight back and say oh, this, blah 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 blah, and actually have the what's it called? And actually fight it and prove his point. But this is shit that that XQC didn't have, so he would just use ad hominem attacks. He would just constantly try to attack Ethan at every single point, or try to make something. And like, what was it? Like, I think the worst part was like, I think my favorite and like the worst thing XQC did was like how Ethan mentions like, you know, it's not on the people that you rob to come to you and say, hey, I think you robbed me from me, I want my money back. You know, it's on you to not do that to begin with, right? And so, what was it? XQC made some like bogus claim saying, oh, you know, what are you, fucking Robin Hood? You're gonna like da. It's like, why would you use Robin Hood? People, you know, people like Robin Hood, the whole steal from the rich, give to the poor. But that was his point. He was trying to like make a claim that XQC was trying to paint himself as some like holier than thou, you know, fuck you, I'm better than you, blah blah blah, like some, you know, some very stupid like us versus them mentality bullshit. And he wound up like just making himself sound infinitely more stupid than he already did, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And that's what these people will always do. They'll use ad hominem attacks, they'll make up shit, they'll basically just try and fail to like make you be stupid, and it will just always like be laughably, and I mean this right, laughably be pathetic. Like, I think the worst, like, another good example would be anytime, like, you know, to use Local's example, anytime Music Biz Marty and Cyrax would have like an argument, and you saw it like on live stream, Cyrax would constantly like either talk over you like really loudly, try to like drown you out, like constantly trying to shout over your what you're trying to say, even if you're talking calmly, because he wants to drown you out. And then, like I said, he would use, like I said, ad hominem attacks. He would constantly go like, oh this, oh that, blah 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 blah, just over and over and over and over and over again. And it doesn't make them sound smart, it just makes them sound stupid. And the worst is that he will then go from minor attacks like calling you like Tubby or something, right? But then he'll start pulling out like the racial shit, because he feels like he has no other parts to play. So he'll back himself into the corner as much as he can, and then once he's in that corner, he'll start getting more and more and more defensive, basically, to the point where it's like, what's the word? Oh god, I'm trying to think of the right word here. More and more and more and more of, like, you know, just flat out defensive as a result. And it becomes, what's the word? It just becomes that, you know, that problem that he has to do, because he'll say horrendous fucking things that nobody in the right mind should be saying. Like, for example, he'll call, like, because he believes Marty's a fucking Jewish man, for whatever reason, he'll say, like, awful Jewish derogatories that don't help him at all. If anything, you're giving ammunition for people to, like, legitimately call you an anti-Semite. Like, recently, he'll start just shouting, like, listen here, you hook nose, and just keep going on and on, and I'm sitting there. Yeah, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I haven't heard that insult since the 60s. That's saying something. It was, like, a lot of people, like, the caricature of, like, you know, how a lot of places would frequently, like, do caricatures of other races, and they would purposely, like, over-exemplify, like, certain features. So, like, with black people, they would give them, like, gigantic red lips and so on and so forth. Or, like, with Asian people, from, like, any nationality, they always give them, like, super slanted eyes and so on and so forth. With the Jews, they would frequently be depicted as being like greedy, awful things, and they would always depict them as like having a crooked nose that bends downwards. Hence where the term hook nose comes from. Again, I'm sure you've seen like that image used for mimetic purposes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly what I mean. It's like, this is where it comes from, and that's what I mean. So, again, when Cyrax says stupid shit like this, he's not hurting anyone but himself. And again, he's inviting people to cause harm onto him without realizing. again, I've said this 100 times and I'll keep saying it. The internet is full of fucking weirdos and people who are both hinged and unhinged. So you shouldn't be surprised that if one day you wake up one morning and you discover there's a severed horse head in your bed, you know?
Yeah.
That's saying something, but hey, neither here nor there. If Cyrax wants to keep making the world his enemy, someone's gonna kill him one day and we're all just gonna, you know, California girl dance on his grave.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think everyone, maybe he's a pedophile, of course everyone wants to see that.
Well, among other things, of course, and like I said, with that shit-infested rat hole of a room he calls a room, I wouldn't be surprised that when he does kick the bucket, like properly, I should say, like he'll probably die in his fucking room. What is it? All the vermin that calls his room home are just gonna swarm in and just start devouring him. And by the time people realize he's dead, start dragging his corpse out. It's just gonna be like half eaten and just gone already. You might as well just entomb him in that room and just demolish the building.
Yeah. Just imagine his scream.
Just constantly screaming. You're just gonna get. Again, like I said, we just California girl dance on this grave, just gonna California girls with a bikini bang bang, just over and over again. Ooh, sorry. I need to readjust my head there. But yeah, that's what I mean. It's just, again, the internet is full of unhinged savage people who do not let shit go, and they will hunt you to the ends of the earth in horrible ways. And the best thing to do is just disappear, wait for a while, of course, and then pray to God that nothing happens.
Yeah.
Or people forget you even existed.
I mean, yeah, for better or for worse,
So yeah, sorry. That's just my favorite thing to do. It's like kind of like Fortnite default dancing, if you ask me. It's kind of like it's gonna dance on your fucking grave. Shut up. You almost fell though.
yes.
Let's see here. Oh, sorry, just also thinking of just other things to go. Oh god, yeah. So just again, like I said, stupid shit just genuinely causing problems, and you just can't help but laugh. Among other things. Let me see here. Anyway, oh shit, someone's pestering me. Let me see here. So, yeah, let me see. So, based on the concept there, I'm probably gonna work on some more things like that. I just need to really sit down and think on it. And, yeah, thank you. I might have something in the works. I just need to really sit down and kind of work on a few more concept art pieces, but other than that, should be good for now. Let me see what else. Anyway, I think I'm gonna pop off here for now. Someone's been waiting on me, and I think it's unfair that I'm waiting this long. So I'm just gonna. Alright. Hopefully we can do something tomorrow, at least like, I don't know, fun or something stupid. And avoid fucking spoilers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Some asshole Yeah, so some asshole sent me the fucking like a part of the song for I think it was like one of the jungle areas. I was just bobbing my head like, God, I fucking like this, but I
Well,
hate you.
It's just
I fucking hate you.
It's people. It's not even the video. It's just the thumbnails. Like someone posted the final boss thumbnail. It's like, yeah, I get you're showing people
Stolen.
what it is, but the game hasn't come
Flag
out for everyone.
dropped.
It's like, and the reason I was laughing is
Yeah.
because I jumped out of the Banshee in rocket launchers. Somewhere.
Flag reset.
Nice. Sorry, no, I've also got ice caps on my head now. Just. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da-da,
Sucks we'll never actually hear that ever in
Yeah, because it's. I think. I can't even say that that was like. What was it? Fucking what's his name? I don't think it was even fucking Michael Jackson. I think that it's just because
Flag.
it's a remake of I think Genesis's Hard Times.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so naturally you don't like again they don't have what's it called? They don't have the rights to like they can't like redo what's it called? I'm trying to think of the right word here. Trying to think of the right word. I'm trying to think of the right word here. Like, Sega could probably reach out and try to get the rights, but it's like never gonna fucking happen.
Yeah. Profits first.
Well, I don't think it's even like a profit problem. I just think it's like, video game licensing and like, what's it called? Oh Christ, it's in the back of my head. Just like video game profiting and it's like, different contracts and shit like that. So it's like, there's always a way to like screw over the originals and shit like that. But for me, like I said, I'm fine with the MIDI version. I'm glad where he's, sorry, and I'm also glad with, oh, what's it called? And I'm also glad with like, smaller things like fucking, like if someone does a remake and adds like some new like proper instrumentals, I'm fine with it too. I'm not bothered by, like I said, not bothered by simple things. I just kind of enjoyed the bop, the beat, everything. But I was like, it's like it's catchy. It's something I find myself nodding with more often than not, and it's something I really do kind of enjoy because it's like it's something I can like nod my head to and kind of go like, yeah, this is it. But that's kind of for me. And I also find myself like humming some, of all things, fucking Eggman tunes too, like more often than not. And I don't know why. It's always like what is it? Like things like from what's the word? Things like oh god, it's in the back of my head. Like Eggman's main theme, the whole like like things like that, It always kind of like that's the thing about like old school Sonic songs. They always find a way to get into my fucking head, and I can never like get rid of them.
Yes, because there's geniuses.
Exactly. It's like they are designed to be what's it called? They are designed to be earworms, and it's something you just can't like. No matter what you want to do in life, you're gonna have to deal with it, and you're just gonna have to like bob your head and go, "Yep, this is fine. This is fine." Anyhow, let me see. Yeah. So anyway, gotta pop off here. So I'll talk to you tomorrow. Alright, bye.
stolen. Flag dropped. Killjoy. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag recovered. Flag stolen. Flag recovered. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Killing spree. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag recovered. taken. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag recovered. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag recovered. Killing spree. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag recovered. Double kill. taken. Flag dropped. Flag recovered.
Damn it.
Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Revenge. Killjoy. Flag recovered.
Got him.
Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag recovered. taken. Flag dropped. Flag reset. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag recovered.
All the damn times when I'm never looking at all of these freaking leeches. They just shoot the rockets hide in the freaking air. Freaking flies.
Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag recovered. Flag taken. Suicide. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag dropped. Flag recovered. Flag reset.
First take, damn kill.
Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag recovered. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen.
Oh my god, I hate this guy. I hate him. He's a freaking I'm so so sick of this stupid fly. What's wrong? You having trouble locking on to me?
Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen.
Quit after it.
Double kill. Flag stolen. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Killing spree. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag stolen. Flag dropped. Flag recovered. Flag captured.
What made this lobby so sweaty? Oh my god, this shit's pissing me off. Hello.
Flag dropped. Flag recovered. Flag taken. Flag dropped. Flag reset.
I don't care, I'm taking my gun. Okay. Well, at least